Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another chill Sunday stream. Hope everybody's having a chill and lovely Sunday. We're back here with some more Beacon Pines. Let's see,
Sunday?
we've got. We're back here with some more Beacon Pine eating. Okay, that was a strange echo, but I think that should have resolved it. Let's see. Ill says here. Doug says Sunday streams in this economy, it's more likely than you think. Ill says. Oh, Goose controller. Yeah, that's Doug. All right. Shark says Beacon Pines in this economy. That is definitely more likely than you think. Ill says, I thought you said bacon. Bacon stream confirmed. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if I had put that in the stream title. I like that would just be something I feel like I would accidentally do. I did not do that though. Shark says yummy bacon. Ill says currently watching On the Back Roads of Texas. I don't know what that is. Duke says pine style bacon. It was wild. I hopped onto the page the moment you said hello and it started hello comrades. Doug says, well, you can use pine cones to make maple flavored bacon. So basically it'd be maple flavored bacon. So it's maple bacon stream. Jaguar says, hello everyone, with the kitty in the box. Always glad to see the kitty in a box. Welcome Jaguar. Hope you're having a chill, lovely Sunday. Jaguar says Ill was driving out in the middle of nowhere, Texas. Yeah, that was the joke. I was making a joke because it sounded like Ill was saying currently watching On the Back Roads of Texas, as if that was a show. Duke says maple makes everything best. Felix says maple syrup do be yummy. It's true, maple syrup is really yummy. The knockoffs do not compete with actual maple syrup. So unfortunately, we don't have music in this game in the background until we click into it, and I noticed that when you click into the game beyond this point, it just starts the chapter up. So that's why we don't have music in the background at the moment. So give everybody another minute or so, and then we will jump right back into more Beacon Pines. But in the meantime, if you're someone new who comes across this, do consider liking, commenting, subscribing, all the YouTube algorithm things, as well as check out the link for Patreon in the description down below. Please only donate if you are in a financial place to do so. Shark says the foul harvest was just maple syrup. Duke says The Backroads of Texas sounds like a wildly popular show with 8 seasons already. Yeah, and it's probably on some, like... It's either on, like, every streaming platform, or it's one of those shows that's, like, on some obscure channel that nobody watches except for that show. The Backroads of Texas does sound like that, and people would watch it religiously despite it being the most corporate slop. It's true. Jaguar says it's amazing how trees and plants can make such wonderful, tasty noms. Duke says it plays at least 4 times a day on that channel. And they're all hour-long episodes. Alright, let's jump in, because we got games. Games to make happen.
Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits.
Ominous.
Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
So last time we left off, we did some strange behavior and ended up getting somebody thrown in toxic goo of some kind. And so now we're seeing the repercussions of all that. Doug says all primetime slots are that because literally like one person watches that channel when it's not. What's the TLDW for this? Duke says, I agree with Jaguar. That tree life water makes such delicious treats as a joy. Did you know Birch has a good syrup too? I did not. Gran? I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? Gran? I know I wasn't supposed to go anywhere. I was just helping look for Rolo.
Luca was alone.
Jalex's birch sap is just a drink here, though, not a syrup. But that means if it's a drink, it's a syrup that they made thinner, usually. Duke says it's become popular out in the rural parts of Ontario, at least, since it's easy to make yourself. This is where we tried to birch syrup. It has a lighter flavor than maple.
The house was empty.
Interesting. Grant's not back yet. I guess that's a good thing. Nothing to do now but sleep, I guess.
Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. Why don't you grab me some nice bait? Sure thing, Dad. Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. We're fishing with bees? Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one. Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. Interesting choice. With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice, but I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold.
I feel like this is trying to tell me that in that choice, I made the wrong... What I'm predicting here is I made the wrong choice between, I think it was Tickle and Strange. But I had to pick Strange in order to get to the end of the Tickle path. I feel like this is telling me pretty much what I need to know to go through the game. Which is interesting.
Dad, I don't understand. Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal. The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. Dad, look out! His father casually wound the reel. None of it's your fault, you know. Never was. Dad, we have to go! Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. Please, you have to run! The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug.
Shark, come in. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Thanos snapped.
The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean? The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply. Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie.
Jaguar says life be like that too. You choose something so small and the whole narrative changes. It's true. It really is. Rollo?
Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise.
Luca? Rollo, is that you? Luca? There? Rollo, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen, I don't know how long this will work down here. Down here?
Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me. Someone grabbed me yesterday. What, the man in the hazmat suit? Took me to some sort of... I think I'm underground. Underground? Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in... For now, at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it back home safe. Kerr, no. Trust. He's... Hold on, someone's coming.
The signal went silent.
Rollo? Rollo, where are you?
Luca held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Okay, I think they're gone. Getting worse. I can barely hear you.
Rollo's voice began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need to... The treehouse. The treehouse.
With that, the signal died for good.
What was he trying to say about the treehouse? What's at the treehouse? The antenna. He wants me to use the antenna in the treehouse to get a better signal. Rollo, you're a genius.
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
Hook up walkie-talkie to the radio in the treehouse.
Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
So we all understand our roles. You can count on me. I think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while the danger persists. Refuse. That's funny. Hiram, you just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right, you can count on me. I just wish we could have made the deal with Ares Valentine. Her resources would have still come in handy. As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. Plans change. How's Luca holding up? He's fine. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all... I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in agreement?
The three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. are you meeting with Miss Vitelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night? Hey, Luca. Dawn, you scared me. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today, I saw Mr. Tolliver and your gran enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So I used the greatest tool in any investigative reporter. Time. When they left, I tailed them here. What do you think they're up to? Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined. Hello and welcome, Zero. Hope you're having a chill, lovely Sunday. Zero says, happy Sunday, friends and comrades. Happy Sunday to you as well. They mentioned the festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Has your grandma been doing anything different recently? Anything strange? She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. A call from Hiram Tolliver, it seems. She was either furious or terrified. Or both. Luca, be careful out there. I think we might be in the middle of a scoop of a lifetime. I will. Aren't you coming out? No, I'm gonna stay out here for a bit longer. See ya, Luca. 16 more days till Halloween, says Il. This month has flown by, I swear. I did it. I changed the sign. Splendid, did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, odd is good.
The two boys shared a mischievous grin.
Can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. Let's make ourselves scarce for now. Doug, I'm assuming you're heading out then? Catch you all later, you said? Well, I hope you, do a little bit better, Doug, and hope everything's okay.
Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond.
Message in a bottle. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard liquor for a hard man. Best leave that be. Takes real piece of work to leave something like that lying around. It looked like it was a message in a bottle. Jaguar says, oh, speaking of Halloween, I was able to watch Hocus Pocus in theaters last week. It's one of my favorites. I feel so lucky that they did a re-release for the 30th anniversary. Going again tomorrow. Damn, Duke. So, Jaguar, that's really exciting. Glad you were able to see, Hocus Pocus in theaters. But yeah, Duke, you're not wrong. The only message in that bottle is depression. Jaguar says Tara singing in a live stream more likely than you think. Zara says, did you see the new Hocus Pocus? I saw Hocus Pocus 2, I think last year? The first time? I don't know when it came out, but I don't know if I enjoyed it as much as the first one. Karaoke stream when? You don't want to. You don't want me doing a karaoke stream. I feel like they had a lot of potential to sort of redeem the Sanderson sisters and They kind of squandered it. Rolo? Rolo, are you there? I'm at the treehouse now, Rolo. Mr. Kerr said you were alright. What happened out there? Dang it, Rolo, where are you? Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got weapons in here, so you better come out right
He
now.
strained to hear as a muffled voice began.
Weapons? How could you hurt something that's already
Fear
dead?
gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? What? You don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I am a monster. And now they hunt me like the beast I am. Iggy?
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. This is all your
Luca
fault.
slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. You couldn't control yourself for a second. And I get to be like this forever. There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you're gonna be my savior? Perfect little Luca saves the day. With his positive attitude and the power of friendship. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They chased me all through Weepwood. I only came in here to hide. Hide from who? Who's after you? Luca! Luca! Rolo? It's not safe, Luca. Rolo, where are you? The treehouse. I'm at the treehouse, Rolo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who said they're going to the treehouse? The clipboards. What did I tell you? Those perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? They were saying the same stuff they always do. But it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. We're gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone present in this, boreal domicile? Crap, they found me. Luca, what's happening? Don't panic. You stay here, and I'll see what they want. Okay. Excuse me, would you like to take a survey? Can I tell you about your car's extended warranty? Did you also... What other telemarketer lines are there? Oh, man. Let's see, Jaguar says, I recited the whole movie while watching it. I'm glad the cine wasn't packed. Felix says, karaoke is one of those things that needs to happen in person or else it isn't the same. Zero says the second one couldn't really capture the magic of the first one, but it wasn't bad. Jaguar says, yeah, there's something missing in the second, some sort of magic or charm. It wasn't horrible, but something was definitely missing. And I do agree with Jalex that it is definitely better to do karaoke in person. Zero says it gave me the same empty feeling I get whenever I watch any live-action Disney remake. The power of friendship comes through. Never underestimate the power of friendship. And the power of the moon. By the way, why does YouTube chat delete my text when I put an emoticon and just change the whole thing to an emoji instead? Yeah, it's dumb that YouTube chat does that. Why is YouTube chat so silly? Hello, Mr. Van Horn. Now I kind of want to give him, Agent Smith voice. Mr. Anderson. Hello, Mr. Van Horn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us. Or just do the stereotypical telemarketer voice. I don't know which one. I want to do... Be down in just a second. Of course, of course, of course, of course. We have a problem. Luca, you gotta get out of here. Who's out there? Is it them? Yeah, it's the clipboards. A bunch of them. How many? Maybe all of them? And yeah, you were right. They're saying the same stuff, but with the creepy knob cranked to 10. Get some shades too into Agent Smith. Jaguar says, I forget that it does that, and then it just looks like I'm sending random emojis, which is totally within character, but can break up the convo. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts. We would love to hear his thoughts. Run.
Iggy slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Iggy, there you are. You gave us all a heck of a scare. Go away. Just leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry, though. We're here to help. Help? Then why are you chasing me? Luca, can you talk some sense into your pal here? Just look at him. He's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty hunking big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. I need you to let us up there and take care of him. You told me Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place resting. He is. Poor fellow just got a little lost. That's a lie. That's a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies. Why, because he let you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop on down here so we can have a face-to-face? Yelling like this is gonna give us all a heck of a sore throat. And who wants
Luca's
that?
grip tightened on the MCDC.
What'd you do to Rollo, you liar? Well, shucks, Luca. The only tiny fib I told you was that he was at home. He is resting, and he is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite the pickle, and I'm the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope?
Resist?
He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left.
Luca
Fight.
drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the Mission Control Defense Cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
Hey, Mr. Kerr.
Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rollo sends his regard. Hey, that was uncalled for and more than a little rude. And just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame that it's come to this.
Kerr turned his back on the two boys.
End
With
this.
a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here. Let's put a pin in this for now.
Oh, I have a new option here. Instead of change, I can struggle. This is back on the first path we were on when we got attacked.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile? He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3.
Oh, alternate chapter 3 now. Huh.
Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
So this is the version of events where Rollo ended up being sent home, and we investigated the facility ourselves. In the first ending, we had gotten kidnapped, and that was the end. But now that we had the struggle option, we could go back here, and we were able to do something different. I finished jarring a mess of jam last night. So I'll need to get that delivered into town today. Okay. So what did you Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, Rollo had things to do, so I just sort of poked around town. I've sent the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One for Mr. Tolliver at the Bag and Wag. And another for Mrs. Fratelli at the diner. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed? He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yeah, he seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. There's some extra in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on top. No problem. Off with you now, while the day is still young. Did you put, like, laxatives in his stuff? Feel like Gran would do something like that. That bad guy is kind of being a creep. Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we can meet tonight. Okay. Sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be so annoying. So good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So what'd you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened. There was someone else there? What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens. No. Zombies? No. Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be? Rolo, I've got to deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Ooh, is it a whole thing? Sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet me at the treehouse tonight. I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of. Meet me at Mission Control. Roger that, Space Cadet. There was a whole family of beetles here, now they've gone missing. I thought they just sort of wandered around. Everyone has a home, Luca. Even
Luca
beetles.
checked the soles of his sandals.
I think we're okay. It's weird that they're gone. They went missing when the festival preparations began. You think the noise scared them away? Something like that. Just watch your step, okay? You can tell those jerks, doesn't matter how many boxes they pile up, I ain't moving. Anger from the past, mistakes not yet made, and a glimmering hope for the future. He carried them all in equal parts everywhere he went. Oh heavens, what a burden to bear. Mr. Wilder, I trust you have time to have a chat?
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demand.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yeah, that's the news of today. But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more so interested in this town's future, rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Well, things change, ma'am. And you know change is dangerous. If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy. Jaguar says, okay, seriously, y'all, you can't not tell me that the texture of Luca's sweater is nice. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It looks comfy. Looks very warm. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. Okay, then. Let's deliver these to the diner. Well, if it isn't my favorite little jam runner. Hey, Mrs. Fratelli. Look at
She
you.
leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
Duke says we all need a comfy sweater to fight evil in. That's real. You're all skin and bones. Is your grandaunt feeding you? She is, it's just, I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute running around in your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart with what happened with Eleanor. Aw, freak. I've got a feeling she's out there somewhere yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from her
Luca
son.
shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yeah, let's
Mrs.
see
Fratelli
here.
lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, they even have my name on them. How thoughtful.
She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
Jaguar says, yep, that's why I always have a snuggly sweater on when I'm at work. Fair enough. Fighting evil one day at a time, Jaguar. One day at a time. You tell your gran hello for me, Luca. Will do.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom, and the memories of that day came flooding back.
I'm ready to help, Mama. Alright, little buckaroo. It's up to us to feed these folks while Mrs. Fratelli's away. I gotta deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. You think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, Mama. Hiya, Roxy. Luca? I'm helping. Wow, hopefully your work ethic will rub off on Rolo. What can I get you? Not feeling like a burger. How about chicken sandwich with a bacon on top? Coming right up. Here you go. I call it the Love Me Tenders. Nice. Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? I'm just helping out. My father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says children are to be sails pulling a family ever forward. That doesn't sound very fun. There's plenty of time for fun. For instance, Father and I always make time to have lunch together once a month.
Luca glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Should I come back? Oh no, it turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I just go ahead and eat alone. Oh. Silver lining is without him around, I can have my usual. A nice stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. Here you are. Cold cuts with steaming hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. That's perfect, thank you. Gadzooks, they've shrunk the waitstaff.
Jeff slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pops doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that fishing rod he ordered should be ready next week, will you? Sure thing. I've been in the mood for something sweet. You got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth? A sweet burger. Yeah, and top it off with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus? Heart wants what it wants. I could go for some cactus right about now. I still had the spines in it, though. Now, son, if I wanted a disappointing burger, I would have cooked it myself. Remember, something sweet topped with grilled cactus. Sweet. Oh, literally candy. Okay. That's kind of gross. Not gonna lie. Here's your order. I call it the Sweet and Stabby. Now that's a burger with a bite. That's just burger with cactus. I don't know how I feel about that. Looks like we're missing a few things. It wasn't even a burger with candy. It was just candy as the burger. Jalek says you can eat cactus. Yes, there are cacti you can eat. Zero says, I love grilled cactus. I'm actually making tortilla soup, and I'm gonna totally grill some cactus to put in it. What does it taste like? It tastes like awesome. I don't know how to describe it. Duke says, what if the cactus is hallucinogenic and the candy's for the munchies? That's still... You're not eating it together. Why? I can't imagine them tasting good together. Looks like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? Okay, I'll be right back. Then the customer is Sokka. Jalek says, I always thought cactus leaves are just leaf-shaped water reservoirs. Wouldn't it just take, like, water or, like, cucumber? Not at all. Not at all. It's also often pickled, and it tastes really good. The flesh does have a lot of water. Yeah, you're right, Zero. Hey, Dawn. Hey, Luca, what's up? They got you on jam delivery? Yep. Have you seen the new kid around yet? New kid? Yeah, we didn't meet our friend in this path. Yeah, came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this, one of them's working for William Kerr and Perennial Harvest. The other's working for Eris Valentine. And the Valentines represent Beacon Pine's past. Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as this town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations. I can imagine. Dawn's sleeping right now. Dawn sleeps at the newsstand. I should check the treehouse before I go any further. No new bait yet.
Luca placed some time.
Duke says, can I have a job where I mostly sleep because I'd be willing to work for minimum wage for that even. Yeah, I could go for that. Where else did I have to deliver to? Policeman back for the book. I need backpack, right? To Mr. Tolliver. I don't remember where Mr. Tolliver is. Hey, Kato. Good afternoon, Luca. Can I help you find something? Maybe, maybe not. Try me. Well, there's been some weird stuff going on at the old Valentine warehouse. Can't say I know anything about the old warehouse. But empty hives don't stay empty for long. Huh?
Otto motioned to the book in front of him.
The more I read about bees, the more similarities I see with people. South of the main plaza? Thank you. I forgot there was a south of the main plaza. A new queen will set up shop pretty quickly. Nature abhors the vacuum. How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, Bert. Do you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples.
Right, this is the melon slapping spot.
More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello? Eep.
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. No bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Grams had some jam I'm supposed to give
He
you.
leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, these ones on top. She wrote your name
Mr.
on them.
Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes. The jam. Thank you so much for delivering this jam to
He
me.
reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course. Of
He
course.
leaned in for a final whisper.
Check the History Museum.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here, in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck, a scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
Wow. That was terrible. That was unhelpful. Is it gonna repeat or is it different? Okay, it's the same one. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself, if she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery for the day. Oh, in that
Nuncreed
case,
snatched the basket from Luca.
I'll hold them to the basket until next time I see your gran. Hey you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect, follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay? What just happened? Well... Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this, his favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, and what's your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn, nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, this is Ilana. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So you can both stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh, darling, we never doubted you. It's just that children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nellie means is that we just want this to move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome? I owe you one. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is a little cottage next to the big mansion place. Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one on this whole friend grift. Great, see you there. Alright, I don't know what else to do, so I might as well head over. Good morning, Jeff. What's so good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me. Come on now, it's not all bad. Festival's coming up. Festival. Old man Valentine used to put on cockamamie shindigs all the time. And where did that get us? Well, it's the Perennial Harvest putting on this one. And they're doing it for the whole town. As far as I see it, the difference between Old Valentine Company and this new Perennial Harvest outfit
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
is the difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana. But both of those are garbage. Exactly.
The phone booth was brand new. Part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
So who all lives in that house? Eris and Gus Valentine grew up there, and Solomon moved in about a few years back. Creepy little kid in the vest? That sounds like the one. There are just 3 people live in that huge thing. I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really, the Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. So it's empty and boring? Pretty much. What a waste. Mom says that it used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the Foul Harvest. Okay, that's like the 5th time someone mentioned this Foul Harvest thing. And you all use the same ominous tone. Eventually you're going to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great, whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle
Beck
that.
took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4.
Before we start chapter 4, I'm gonna go grab some water. I will be right back. Just gonna step away for a minute. Okay, thank you all for patience with that. I just needed to grab some water and stay hydrated. Take care of myself a little bit. Let me check chat. Yeah, indeed, hydration time. Wait, fresh basil or good basil on pizza is not a given in North America? In what place is it not? Yeah, American style pizza is more common than Italian places, for sure. Uh, you have an oven designed to cook the Neapolitan style pizza. Duke says, that's so sweet, I would eat pizza every day. It gets to like 900 Fahrenheit, 480 C, and cooks the pizza in 2 minutes. Alex says, oh damn, although some places got very bad dough here as well. Zero says, we used to make pizza all the time with my wife's family, but now that's just the two of us, we haven't really been making it. Jalek says, oh, and some put like a solid ½ centimeter of tuna on their pizza, and that's the worst pizza I ever ate. I don't think I could do tuna on pizza. Just gonna be real. But most of the dough flavor usually comes from the water. And like New York style pizza like puts cornstarch at the bottom when they bake it. So it ends up getting a nice like crispy flavor. Yeah, the water and what minerals are in the water greatly influence what the dough tastes like, depending on where you live. The yeast is going to be the same no matter what, pretty much. Most of the dough flavor is affected by the water. You're using the same types of flour. You ever tried pizza without the yeast? Yeah. It's perfectly yummy. It's just like a flatbread. Jalek says some dough is pre-fermented and how long you do it and all that. Zero says the way the flour is milled also affects things. You're supposed to use very fine flour from Neapolitan. Yeah. They call it type 0. Well, from Neapolitan, yeah, that makes sense. But in general, like, most people, if you're making pizza at home, or even most restaurants, you're using kind of the same big major brands flour. Like, unless you're doing something specialty like Neapolitan, you're probably buying from like the same batch of like 4 flour companies in the US. Unless you're getting it like specifically from a farm that's local to you. But if you're getting like a brand name stuff and you live in a city, it's probably going to be one of a handful of brands of flour. And they're all probably buying their product and mixing it with a bunch of different wheat from a bunch of different farms. So, like, for the most part, you're not really getting a variety. Sure, you can do things like sourdough, or you could get pre-fermented, or you could get like a whole grain versus a white flour. But for the most part, the flour is not what's going to be providing the bulk of your flavor. It's the minerals in the water mixed with whatever ingredients you mix into it to season the dough. Yes, you can entirely change the entire flavor profile just by adding a pinch of minerals. That is exactly what I'm saying. There is a lot of minerals in tap water, though. Why would you not want a lot of minerals in tap water? Minerals provide things the body needs. You get sodium, magnesium, phosphorus, chloride, copper, manganese, fluoride, calcium, potassium, things like that. As long as you're not getting lead. Apparently, I'm correct. I know I'm correct. Something, something, Flint, Michigan. It's not as if I haven't made videos on my channel talking about, water supplies before. This happens to be something I'm quite familiar with. It has a huge influence on cooking and how foods taste and are prepared. Yeah, arsenic's another issue. You hate it when that happens. Yeah, arsenic and lead are pretty much the big ones. Being very sure about something yet being pretty wrong. Duke says Toronto tap water has lots of minerals in it and is considered pristine. Yeah. I mean, part of the reason that that water has flavor at all is the minerals that we're putting in it. Shark says they're putting chemicals in the water that they're turning the freaking frogs to. Oh, another one that you have to watch out for is sometimes you can get trace levels of cyanide in water. Natural spring waters can have some very interesting flavors, especially if you get sulfur in the water. Oh boy, does that not lead to enjoyable water. Not for me. But Jalex, one of the things that they also do with dishwashers is they'll actually, a lot of modern dishwashers, because of the mineral content in most tap waters, they'll end up having a salt dispenser where they'll make a brine that ends up ionizing out the tap water so that the water left on your dishes doesn't leave residue of those minerals. So it ends up leaving the glasses cleaner. So they'll actually use just straight salt and use that to create like an ion that pulls the other minerals off. Like they'll ionize it. But yeah, most cities' tap waters have the trace minerals in it. Oh yeah, definitely makes a huge difference in taste. Water is just water. No. Every city has a different water taste, and if you've drank a rural water, you will wish, with very few exceptions of certain spring waters and certain well waters, you will wish you were back to city water. There's a huge problem across the US South, where the water is not safe to drink, where there's constant contamination in certain areas, and it is not a good look, where boil notices are just the way of life. So the thing is bread made in each area has a different flavor based on the tap water that produces it. So if you had, say, like Chicago water versus Toronto water versus New York water, because their water supplies are coming from 3 different places and they've used different mineral content, the bread will come out tasting slightly different. Duke says, Wild West Wild, why poison your own people? Are you talking about the South? They don't treat the water in certain places.
Dinner with the Moodwills.
What if you traveled the country and filled up a water bottle at each city you visit and then tried them side by side? Has someone done that? I'm sure someone has tried it, but you have to remember that water also kind of goes stale, as it were, if you leave it for too long. So you'd have a very limited amount of time to do that. Within 2 to 3 days, that standing water is not going to be safe for consumption. If you ever leave a glass of water out for like a day and then try to drink it, it doesn't taste the same. Part of the reason that water that comes out of your tap is safe is because it's running water. We simulated the safety of what about a glass bottle? If it's not purified water, like 100% purified, it's not gonna do well. Stagnant water does not taste good. Exactly what Duke said. Chlorine evaporates out, the minerals settle. The water does not taste the same. Some of the safest water to drink in nature. Not at saying that it's completely safe or that you should ever do it. But if you have a choice between a lake and a river, you always drink from the river. The running water is almost always going to be safer. Same thing with water that you have at home. If you have a glass that's fresh out of a tap that's been running versus a glass that's been sitting still for a day or two, I wouldn't touch the water that's been sitting for a day or two. Never mind that copper piping ends up leading to, antimicrobial properties. And not copper piping, you know what I mean. Some of the pipes have antimicrobial tubing. That is specifically designed to make it so that microbes don't grow in it. Some pipes are copper, yeah. But it doesn't have to be exclusively copper. But anyway, we should get back to Beacon Pines.
Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town.
Enjoy your water, Jaguar. I'm going to enjoy mine. I feel like the past couple of days I have not been able to hydrate. Like, no matter how much water I drink.
Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love. Couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma, over on the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where are your parents at? Beck, manners. It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Duke says, did the heat turn on in the past few days? That's what dried me out here. And the cool weather being dry because the same never having enough water. Yeah, they turn the heat on. And once the heat comes on, you know, it's either too much heat, and then it's, you know, ridiculously hot in combination with feeling dehydrated all the time. Or they don't turn the heat on enough, and I'm sitting under a layer of blanket and a sweatshirt, and, you know, I'm getting dried out from the cool air that's still in the apartment. So, one way or the other. And it hasn't even gotten that cold, but it feels cold this year. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It just feels way colder than it should be. And I don't know, maybe I'm just getting older. It's so dry, all the water gets sucked out of your lungs. This summer was so humid, where every day it just felt like it was drenched. Like, there was not a single day where the air didn't feel like I was breathing in huge amounts of water. Just that humid, like, feeling where if you even sweat a little bit, it just sticks to your skin because there's nowhere for it to go. And then all of a sudden, it's like the temperature dropped and now everything is dry. And there's been no in-between. And it's been so frustrating. Jalek says it went from 23°C one day to 10 in a day here. Yeah, some of the temperatures here where I'm at are not that much colder than what it was. But it dropped in humidity and it dropped in temperature so rapidly. That, like, even though it's a relatively normal temperature still, it feels so cold. Duke says, yeah, it's almost like you feel lightheaded from not enough air because there's so much water in the air. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I feel like autumn was here for a couple of days. Just like spring was here for a couple of days. It's like there's two seasons. It's summer and it's winter with like a week of the other two seasons in between. Jalek says I like the cold, to be honest. You know, it's funny. I go back and forth on liking cold and heat throughout my life. I've gone back and forth a lot. As I've gotten older, the cold is harder to bear. Probably from, you know, just little aches and pains here or there that get exacerbated by the cold. But right now, the cold is so refreshing compared to the humidity of the summer. This summer was, again, so ridiculously humid. I'm talking days with like 90% humidity just like every day. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence. Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally, we'd have to put more effort into
Ilona
dinner.
nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned this is your favorite. I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck. I'm sorry, Luca. This move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So Beck said that you moved here for
Beck
work?
gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Ow. I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her their newest lead research of deep engineering. She made it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their job to allow their loved one to pursue their dream. You swore you didn't.
Beck slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca. How about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rollo
Luca
soon.
glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around
Luca
here.
wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you all for the pizza. It was really good. See you at the festival, Beck. Wait up. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people. But Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually, probably.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to... Wow, I can control the storm. Okay, let me catch up. With chat... The Shark says it's almost like the climate's changing or something. Duke says humid and smoky. Derlick says overheating feels absolutely terrible, so I'd always take a cold day over a hot one, to be honest. The problem I have with the cold is that feeling when it gets in your bones and you just can't shake that cold feeling. Like, I don't know if anybody here knows what I'm talking about. Where it's like, it's so cold that, like, you feel it in your joints, you feel it in your bones, and just no matter how long you sit in front of a heater, it takes, like, forever to get back from that. On top of that, in order to stay warm, you either have to layer like crazy, which I'm not the biggest fan of, or you have to rely on very dry heat sources that end up drying you out and leaving your skin completely dry. I I do prefer more or less the cold, but there's a limit to that as well. When I was younger, I could survive in the cold no problem. Or the heat, to be honest. Jaguar says the humidity and smoke were thick, you could cut the air with a butter knife this summer. I'd rather be cold than overheating, says Jaguar. Duke says, I just find humid heat oppressive in a way that cold can never match. That's the thing. If I was in a desert, again, like, I miss that feeling. Because desert heat is not oppressive in the least, strangely enough, unless you're, like, out in midday summer. Like, unless you're in the middle of it. Like, I wouldn't want to be stranded in a desert or anything. But if you have a shelter that you can go to for at least the midday of a desert, the heat doesn't feel bad because you could still sweat. You're fine for the most part. But like the humidity is just killer. Jaguar says I got some heat rashes this summer that actually opened, like I had some cuts. I've never had that before. That is wild. That is intense, yeah. Wow. Jalix says I get itchy in the heat. It's awful. Bill says I think I used to get nosebleeds during the colder winter time. Jaguar says, Tara, the cold in your bones feeling? Yeah, I feel you. I get joint pain. Duke says, can I just say that it's nice to hear you all complaining about the same weather stuff being different? Because part of me feels insane that I'm just noticing things I didn't, and others don't seem to. Il says, yeah, I don't like a lot of layers of clothes either. Duke, ever... There's a certain restriction of movement with certain, like, too many layers, where it's like, you know, I don't mind wearing, like, a heavy sweater or something, but having, like, a heavy sweater with a shirt, with a blouse or something, and then an undershirt, and then it's like, maybe, or a t-shirt under that, and it's like, I start to, like, lose my mind with the amount of layers. I can't. It doesn't feel good. Duke says, others don't seem to acknowledge a lot of this. This message was sponsored by Desert King. Zero says, I'm a tropical human. I love sunshine and warmth. You know, that's the other thing. I wouldn't mind the humidity as much if the ocean was nearby. Because I've been in that environment as well. And the tropical heat is not that big of a deal if you've got an ocean next to you. Because the ocean breeze helps so much. But if you're in, like, a stagnant, like, swampy area where there's just nothing but humidity, it's just, ugh. So, here's my thing. I like the desert heat. I like tropical heat near, the ocean. Then I like cold. Colder climates. And then, at the end, is, you know, humid without the ocean. Humid heat without the ocean. Duke says, once it becomes a certain cold, you gotta really pick the right materials to dress in for the layers. The ocean breeze moderates so much, yeah. So what do we think? Do we want the sky above to rumble or break? I'm actually gonna throw that all to you. Let's engage with my audience by starting a poll. Poll is active. Duke says once it becomes The ocean breeze moderates so much. Southern Ontario, surrounded on all sides by the Great Lakes, is a nightmare of humidity in the summer. Lakes don't seem to have the same effect that the ocean does. Zero says, I don't mind the lack of the cold during the winter. I just can't stand the lack of sunshine. Boy, do I feel that. The sunshine is missed during the winter. And here's the thing, Duke. Like, part of me has also been struggling with this because part of me doesn't know how much of this is getting older and how much of this is just the new normal of our ever expanding and changing climate crisis. You know, it's not like I can take an experiment and be like, talk to me from 10 years ago, who was perfectly fine with temperature changes. And be like, hey, is it different than what you remember? Zara says I got a light bulb that simulates sunlight, so hopefully that helps me this winter. Is it like a UV light bulb or something? Because that sounds amazing. Alright. Duke says, I think part of it is that we all feel like it is the crisis it is. It's an LED that emits the full spectrum. So what does it do for you that's different from, like a standard light bulb? I mean, I get that it emits the full spectrum, but, you know, without... Obviously, it doesn't give you, like, the UVA, UVB, right? That's what I'm... So you're not gonna, like, have to deal with the repercussions on your skin from it. And what does the full spectrum do, I guess, to provide you that aspect of the sunlight as opposed to standard light bulbs? Because you've got me intrigued. Like, I'm kind of interested. Like, I might want to get something like that. Alright, so I'm going to end the poll, I think, Rumble 1. So we're going to go, let's get ready to rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before the storm
Luca
kicks off?
surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Nope. Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch cold. Dira says, I guess what makes people depressed during the winter is not the lack of UV, it's the fact that we rely on light bulbs that don't emit the full color spectrum. I'm not super sure about it, I just got it because they said it was for SAD and it wasn't very expensive. I'll have to look into that. I'm gonna just make a note for myself. Full spectrum sunlight light bulbs. I'm just genuinely curious what they do. How do full spectrum lights work to help with seasonal depression? Let's see. Oh, do the lights change color? Oh, I see. During the daytime, they're supposed to emit more blue light to give more of a serotonin release, but at nighttime, it changes colors. Got it. Got it, that makes sense. That makes sense. Supposedly they're supposed to change colors to kind of match with the time of the day. Changing how much blue that they offer. Luca, Nelly will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. Seasons were made up by big temperature to sell clothes. Seasons were actually developed by the fast fashion industry to make you buy more clothing. In the meantime, you two hold on tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Zero says mine's a smart light bulb, so you can put it on a schedule. That makes a lot of sense. Duke says, fools on big clothes, I just wear the same hoodie every day. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff's still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird,
They
I know.
looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Oh wow! Roll and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She can get carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. When she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech
Luca
overcompensation.
flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all farm reports and static. Aw, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Pungent.
He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview Condors. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot? Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you cared enough to keep him is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Dang, that didn't hurt. I'll be honest, that hurt more than I expected. At least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
You ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Rolo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? Didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Beck took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me was when I was little, don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then what do? When you don't know what to do? Dad never got to that part. Something I've figured out on my own, though? You gotta do something. Anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know. Something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. But things are gonna change.
Let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere? Ugh.
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper. I just want to be a normal
Beck
kid.
brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. One of my favorite moments in gaming is coming up here. Was that it, Shirk? Jaguar says, to be honest, I kind of do similar. I wear the same things year-round. It's just a matter of how many layers I put on. Zero said seasons were actually made up by super secret plant-based conspiracy. They're farming us, not the other way around. Jaguar says, I don't want to have to spend money and space on seasonal clothes. Duke says, Jaguar, it is indeed all about layers. That's how the smart cats stay warm. Gangle says, I don't think you need lighting that changes following the day. You need a certain amount of certain types of light. You can fill that need artificially with lighting and you'll be fine. Also, hello and welcome, Gangle. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. The one thing I do know is that blue light in particular can have a very negative effect on your sleep at nighttime. So while I can only assume that you're correct in that everything you said, I do know that having blue light at night can make it harder for you to sleep. So while the whole spectrum is probably necessary to help boost certain aspects, eliminating blue before bedtime can make it easier to keep your rhythm in check. Shark says, hell yeah, yell into the storm. Zero says, I like how the music intensifies with the emotions of the characters. For sure. That was it. Very relatable moment. Have you screamed into the storm? Zero says blue light makes your brain think it's daytime and restricts the production of melatonin, which makes you sleepy. Yeah, blue makes serotonin during the daytime, and the lack of blue helps make melatonin for nighttime. And so, between the serotonin and the melatonin, you're kind of producing a natural rhythm and hopefully reducing cortisol output. At least that's how I understand it. Shark says, I've wanted to, but it doesn't storm here enough. Fair.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks, I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. See you and Rollo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5.
Is this our first time hitting a chapter 5? The serotonin wakes you up, I think, so it's bad right before bed. Yeah, it wakes you up and also improves your mood. So you need serotonin to be functional and more or less deal with, like, improved mood and functional, being functional in general. Whereas the melatonin ends up helping you sleep and such. So having the blue light present makes you feel more alert at nighttime, thinking it's daytime. And also reduces the melatonin, like Zero had said, and therefore makes it so it's harder to sleep. And when you don't sleep, your cortisol levels go up, and then you get into bad cycles and rhythms that end up making it very difficult to actually sleep properly. Zero said, I've wanted to yell into the storm, but I don't want people to think I'm an old man yelling at clouds. I was about to say it, Shark. Be the old man that yells at clouds. Embrace the yelling at clouds. I think we were all on the same page with that one.
Friendly feud.
Isn't that a headliner in the Boondocks? I don't know.
The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone. Not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Catch up with Rollo at the treehouse. Rollo's not gonna be happy. Oh, hey, Baddie. Hey, Dawn. Tracking down a lead? You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament. Peculiar how? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance. There were conditions. Like what? The document stipulated that Eris had to take on a child as her reward. A kid our age who just showed up town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo! So Eris was forced to take care of him. Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains the way Eris treats him. Poor Solomon. How did you find all this out? A good reporter never leaks her source. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just locking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule? Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit, but it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We're all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir. Very much, sir. Do you want to be the one that tells this town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because there was little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then it's decided. Yes, sir. We'll work till the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. I do not trust this perennial harvest company. Not in the least.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the some fish have refined taste.
Oh, we've got another fishing lure. Oopsie.
Luca wrapped a some fish have refined.
An anarchist doesn't trust a company, how strange. Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures. If he had his way, property of Sharper Valentine would be written on everything in this town. Should we give it back to him? He may not even want it back. Man's got a contentious relationship with time. We'll keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. I guess there's more still. Rollo, are you still up there? I'm sorry, Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason. Dude, it was literally storming out. Are you kidding me? I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar! You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad. I got worried. So I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. Doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, That storm rolled in out of nowhere. I got stuck after dinner at Beck's
Luca
house.
stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said
Beck? Dinner? What the heck's a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you. You were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rollo. You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise. But you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew you'd get in trouble waiting so late. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I kept my word, because that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your gran doesn't even care. You could stay out as long as you want, and you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa's right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your Pa's nonsense like it means anything. Well, yeah, at least my Pa's still
The
around.
words hung in the
Damn!
cold night air.
That's not okay. The words hung in the air.
Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line, but it was too late.
Luca, Good night, Rollo. Dang it.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Rollo. What a jerk. Call me a bad friend. If Rollo thinks I'm gonna go to the festival with him, he could shove it. Ooh, I'm Rollo. Look at me and my amazing family. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Weep. Luca?
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, you alright? I'm fine. Just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I've got to run and take care of some things. Okay, I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Rollo thinks I'm going to the festival with him. He can shove it. Bet Rollo's still gonna go to the festival. It's gonna be miserable.
Luca dozed off again.
I saw you didn't eat your oatmeal. I wasn't hungry. Just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rollo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is just to sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop and get away from again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic. Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house.
Duke says, I wonder if it'd be possible to move your head to the other side. The tree of paths is blocked by the window. There's nothing being blocked by the window. It's just the icons. You're not missing anything. The top right corner ends up blocking parts of the book when it opens up. So this is actually the best part of the page to put it on. Nope, it's all good. Glad you asked. Sarah says I never got close enough to other kids to get a big melodramatic fights. I was friendly, but really, not really friends with my peers. I was mostly a loner. It's wild with me moving around like that. Here, let's do. Whee! I just did an oopsie. Where did I go? What did I do? Give me a second. I fixed it. I know what happened. It flung my camera up into a corner that's not in the OBS screen. But yeah, moving around is totally feasible. And the thing that I did before is I can actually flip it. So now I'm sideways. But yeah. Anyway, back to the game. Get to some sort of checkpoint, then we're gonna take a break, but let's finish the game up for right now.
Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? My little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Modwell? She said you met yesterday? She did say... what did she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you aren't taking visitors today. She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? I totally should do that. Here. That's how we're spending the next, 15 minutes of stream. Just because we can. That's your fault, Duke. Blame Duke if anyone's upset with this. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table. In case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon.
Shark says thanks, I hate it.
He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse.
A Duke deleted the message. Why are people yeah, I don't understand. Innocent. Ill says I'm back again. You missed some strange shenanigans, Ill. Luca stood in a vast
He
expanse.
looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip. His father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself.
Tara disappeared and was sideways for a bit because Duke somehow. That's pretty much exactly what happened.
It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them, not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him, older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad. If you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Huh? No, dear. It's only Bran.
Luca rubbed his eyes.
Was that dream like one of the endings or a couple of the endings merged together or something? That was weird.
The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rollo fought about doesn't matter. But
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Music really has been on point at setting the mood. I'd have intense dreams too if I had somebody manipulating my timeline and constantly putting me on the different paths of like some multiversal tree branch. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is, this is not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. Mm-hmm. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Now get your little butt out of bed. Festivals today. You don't want to miss that, do you? Guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo,
Luca
doesn't it?
gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last-minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. Alright. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6.
Well, before we delve into this version of Chapter 6, I'm going to take a break. And see you all in about 5-10 minutes. And then we'll continue into Chapter 6. See you soon. Okay, everybody, I am back. I am back, and there's a kitty on my lap. Say hi. There's a base cap on my lap. Someone wants the warmth. Let me catch up with chat quick, and then we'll get back into the game. Break time. Everyone go get water. Thank you, Shirk. Stay hydrated. Yeah, for real. I got more water as well. Duke says I got coffee and said I didn't understand the mission. Honestly, I should have made some tea for today. Today would have been a good day for a pot of tea. Zero says I should probably hydrate at some point. I need to harvest my marigolds for my altar. I need petals to form into a heart. Well, that, do you, you're growing your own marigolds for the altar? That's pretty awesome if you are. And that sounds like a really good way to set them up in a heart like that. Duke says, so the wildest thing happened the other day. My cat lost one of his fangs. It was always chipped and it just fell out one day. Found it on the floor. Little guy seems completely fine. Wow. That's interesting. I've never heard of that. Like, just falling out like that before. Yeah, they are made of some serious tough stuff, Jaguar. Ilse is interesting. I found a claw, but not sure if it was just a layer or what. I know they shed their claws. Okay. Okay, Base Cut. You want to say hi one more time? Say, hi, everyone. I'm a cute little kitty. Say, hi. Say hi. Everyone on the internet loves you. Now we're in chapter 6.
Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo.
Such a pretty face. And yeah, y'all got slow blinked at.
A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding.
True.
If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them.
This is the first time seeing Base Cat. Other times it was just a tail or like its back. I've put Base Cat on camera before. Like 2 or 3 times.
Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
You're purring. I don't know if the microphone can pick that up, but geez, you're purring on my lap. There you are. Luca. Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't. It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to
Luca
find him.
looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. Haven't seen so much as an exuve. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes, skitters, are just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. I got a feeling those insects are going to be more important than we realized. Unique New York, unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. It's warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber the old gab box. You nervous? Oh heavens, no. Won't break a leg. Give me the gift. I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. They're still falling apart. The town's still falling apart. The weather's still cruddy. This season's harvest looks like it's going to be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is going to change that. Exactly. But lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. I'm still going to be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while I'm sipping on delicious lemonade is all. Duke says the insects are always more important than we realize. Fair enough. Did I get anything else that I can use here? After Mr. Kerr gives his big speech, they're gonna have the first annual biggest catch competition. As long as the boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. And that's funny. Nope. Nothing new yet.
Luca gently good for skimming.
Cat is currently occupying one of my hands, so I'm playing this one-handed on the controller. So, I'm glad this is not a game that requires the height of my dexterity. Haha, every single time. Yep. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Ain't moving.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey Jeff, everything alright? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
A most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. Not interested. He met his old friend's eyes. I was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens. There's no time for fractured friendships. Are you reading the story of this game right now? This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the Foul Harvest. I have my doubts about the Perennial Harvest, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. Hey, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh,
Sorry,
nothing.
all became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying? I want to see what all the festival is about, fuss is about. But I can't help but notice, you still brought your backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True, true. So what you got in there? Books. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now how will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's all for the good of the family. Sorrow is good. I've got a question for you. What do you think is this whole festival's for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over this town. Hello and welcome, Cray. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Glad you could join us. Where are you? In Beacon Pines. You're back in one of Tara's streams. Yeah, good to have you back. Been a while. And now you have to say hi to Kitty. Someone's not happy that I just lifted them out of that comfy position. Did someone already mention that when they talk it sounds like Bug Fables? I think you did last week. I could be wrong. It's okay. Go back. Lie down, kitty. Come on. Can you lie back down? Never move a comfy game. That's fair. The way I figured, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. The microphone just got head bonked. Like a bride, but with balloons. Cynical, I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too, until I was eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest who? Haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. Okay, south part of town. Anything new in the history museum? Or is it going to play the same clip?
We all know Beacon Pines is a great...
Same clip. Hey, Luca. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh, nothing.
Griffin looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. Luca, did you know? The Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Huh, wow, yeah, didn't know. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census taking, emergency services. Wait, how did I get an achievement for kicking a melon? I didn't kick it. Absolutely avoid where we have to go to the library. Nothing new over here. The rule of RPG is never to go the way you're supposed to go. Correct. Always go down the path that is obviously incorrect, so you can get the secrets. This kitty's purring is just so chill. Library, somewhere quiet. Hey, Luca.
Cato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo in deciphering the first riddle. The first? Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rollo does gall a lot, doesn't he?
Cato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
On planet Farpool, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Cato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. If you decide you want the hint, the offer still stands. Planet Farpool, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf. Cato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Zero said, I finally finished my chill Sunday chores and I can now relax. I'm glad you are now able to relax and chill, Zero. Chores are done. It's always a good thing. Congratulations. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Now let's see here.
Cato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such
He
a
continued
grift.
flipping.
Only found in... Grub. Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Cato looked up.
That's it. Rift in Grub Cart. Rift in Griffin? Griffin's Grub Cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck to the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. I Hi, Jace. Still working through the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon towards the ending. Did you know? Hank Atomic's shrink array doesn't technically shrink stuff. It uses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around an object, leaving that object unaltered. So it just looks shrunk compared to everything else. Bingo. That's wild. But Jace, no spoilers, please. Alright, sorry. Oh, man. Purring cat is putting me to sleep. Hey Griffin, did Rollo come by?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for, enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca shrugged,
something.
taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Oh yeah, it's been sitting there for a while. Rollo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just...
tummed at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh,
He
come
shook
on.
off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stuff. Let the kid have some fun. Bye, Base Cat. Oh, I enjoy having that cat on my lap, but right now, with having to stream, I am kind of glad that Kitty left because I was going to fall asleep. I'm so chill right now. Nothing like a cat purr to just calm you down. Rollo owes me one.
Waved his hands around sarcastically.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Ugh, I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Jaguar says, seriously, having a cat on you is the best feeling in the world. Il says, do chill. You know, I know it's a chill Sunday stream, right? Totally on board with that. You all can fall asleep. I have to be on camera. I can't be falling asleep. All of a sudden, you're gonna see me with my head down and, like, slightly out of the camera, and I'm just gonna be lying on the... Jaguar says, all of us has taken a nap during stream. It's Tara's turn to take a nap on stream. No, thank you. No, thank you. Jeez, I might take one after stream after that, though. Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yep. Well then. I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you earned
Rollo
this.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloon.
Excuse me. Light. Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. Those weird streams where people are, quote, asleep are very popular on TikTok these days. That still weirds me out. Cray says, just Tara fully out of frame. Sound of light snoring. What you don't know is I'm actually pulling up a YouTube clip of somebody snoring. There is every stream imaginable these days. Yeah, I don't get some of them though. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you're supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. You apologized twice before me. Let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rolo. Still my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Luca. Okay, apology. You can talk
Luca
now.
threw himself at Rolo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rolo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else you want to do today? We could snoop around and try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could potentially sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know, I've been waiting to get some work at the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim's a bit unpredictable. Yeah, we know about that. Didn't work when we had to fire it in an alternate timeline. That sounds perfect. Snooping as usual, I see. Yeah. Because of profit incentives. Why there's every kind of stream. I don't know. Some of it I just do not get. Jaguar says just put the mic near the kitty so we can all hear purring, and then don't worry, everyone will fall asleep, so no one will be paying attention to the stream. That's the plan all along. Cats are just going to purr into everybody's microphone simultaneously and create a massive purr that puts everybody to sleep so the cat can take over. Group nap. Collective napping. Oh man. If we unite our napping in the capitals will never stop us. That's true. Sleep at your job, everybody. Collective action. Right, I'm supposed to go to the treehouse. Oh. But before that, let's see if I can use one of these new ones to catch another fishing thing. Nope.
Luca good for skin.
Oh, I almost forgot. Zero says... Oh, wait, sorry. Duke says George Costanza is the hero we should all aspire to be. I mean, he slept at his job in that episode, which was absolutely wild. Zero says, I would, but they employ hostile architecture to discourage napping on the job. That is most unfortunate. Though I can't with the hostile architecture, I really can't. She asked me to give you this. I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter.
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done. I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and had.
What is she going to do to disrupt this whole thing? I'm assuming she's doing some sort of protest or direct action. What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whatever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go through all that trouble just to apologize. I know, but we'd been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth. This was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Rolo?
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
Festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. No, that's fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks? Nope, somebody blew up a
It was
factory.
not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Whoa.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together. For the rest of time. The end.
What the hell happened?
No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Well, we can go back and break instead of rumble. Oh, man. Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rolo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rolo I'd tell him
Luca
about...
stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise you tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you gotta tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gates, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even
Beck
smells
grabbed
shady.
the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. Well, shit. What'd you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Eris Valentine. Who's she talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. It means, if that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. This is what I was talking
Beck's
about.
voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? You do believe that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything? I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Care's face. Yes, the truth of it will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. There's one thing I've learned. It's that change is painful. Wow. I was expecting something shady, but that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why are you doing all of
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing
Gran
suspicion.
gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night. Duke says clearly the drama between the friends had distracted them from figuring out the stuff they had to.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my Gram. That was your Gram? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Who's Kurt and why are we copying his nod? No, that's a good question. Oh, perhaps you have a better nod, Cray, than Kurt's. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out. Lead the way. Let's see how Rollo's gonna react. Rollo overreacted when she wasn't here. I wonder how he's gonna react now that she is here. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course we're not worried.
Board finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, perhaps try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here, acknowledge everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal
The
soul as
clipboards
well?
looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility. Then broke into laughter as they walked away.
The clipboards are weird. Zero says I'm gonna get Joey and enjoy the rest of the stream, y'all. Well, you have a good one, Zero. Thank you for stopping in. Hope everything's been well. And, hope you have a good rest of your night. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the Perennial Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam? Why? I don't know. Just thought is a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. I can't wait. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, figure intoned. Are you prepared to live with the truth? So what did Grandma do? Like, what's going on in this town?
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival band.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The mayor
you.
gave a half-hearted shrug.
Not so sure about that. Nonsense! That reminds me I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she's been indisposed as of late. She doesn't like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my things on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of importance to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including Valentine's. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he
locked
was.
his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I never felt one need for a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival, all of this. They've got to be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You shoot a seed right, mature it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mr. Mayor Valentine. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? Rolo, he's Rolo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy, he's funny even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about time you told me what this foul harvest thingy is. Kinda a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay, there used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. We were kind of a big deal. Ooh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked, farmers loved it, so Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in the town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died, and something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch? Maybe it was the water, the air, the soil? Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone's blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest? Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of just a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rolo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason their farm was hit harder than the others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative? Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels 1 week over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going. Let's see how this goes now. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission
Rolo
Control.
waggled his head with pride.
Rolo waggle. Oh. You'll find we spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse-looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey, Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah. While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. Jaguar says we were just talking about water. Yeah, I mean, water and water politics is really significant. He goes all out, doesn't he? Oh, it's lavish. So how am I supposed to get in now? I'm assuming I have to pick up something. There we go. No, go back. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw something, some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On the way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Graham. They were wearing, Graham was wearing some sort of hazmat
Rolo
suit.
let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit, and then you saw your Graham in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine. Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of
Rolo
awesome.
and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude, aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your Graham. And she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Graham at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Graham was wearing wasn't damaged. but she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know, we haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your gran isn't from here? No, she came from a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are we sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same about your family, but you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Pa's always says folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two when the coast is clear. It sure is suspicious to be making jam. What is suspicious about making jam? What could be in the jam? Who knows? We're gonna find out. I'm always good for a game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret lair.
Secret lair.
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Someone who makes anything homemade is sus. Rolo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear. Yep, she's been upstairs, she's been up to this, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well, the game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
Detective Rollo hat. If I were a gran, where would I keep my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, I may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah, the closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first? No dice, it's locked. Very well, well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? Well, she has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter much anyway. I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
What's she hiding in the kitchen? Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed
Before he
with...
could finish, Lucas scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick, and every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup
As Beck
and...
pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click.
No way.
The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
No way. Seriously? Seems your grandma's been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do you think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist type vibe? Oh wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad? Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a
Luca
doctor?
nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
Jalex, we've been over this already. We talked about this earlier. How about you actually read some of it? Of 1 sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of such a preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. By all means,
He
proceed.
stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terrence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints, similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Willoughby just a few days past. Duke says that's how he eats cheeseburger. Now we're talking about cats and cheeseburger. Now I'm reminded of the ancient "Can I has cheeseburger?" Still waiting on lab results from
Rollo
Joseph.
looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. That's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name.
Rollo's
Wait,
finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his home has been contaminated. See? Contaminated tap water. Cheeseburger meme put in hieroglyphics. Pretty much. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to
Rollo
something.
scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease or whatever it is. Progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say
Rolo
next?
rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has
Luca
to be more.
frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean, enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is
Luca
bullshit.
slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? Because I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town, out of the kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. Clipboards are all inside a big circle. My moms are both on here, both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. Why don't we know? We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. What do we have here? Barrels marked explosive. Caution. Oh, my ear just came off. Let's fix that. This is just the outtake stream. This is just the silly stream where everything's just being weird. Cat's putting the person streaming to sleep instead of me putting you all to sleep. My ear falls off. Oh no, my anarchy ear. Oops, my anarchy symbol. Oh, that's funny. And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gram making? Incendiary! She wouldn't have had me walk about around the town delivering bombs. Right? Only one way to
Rolo
find out.
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He
Huckleberries.
smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And ink? What?
Rolo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Uh-huh.
Rolo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli? Gram Jam Gram? It says, last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So, more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looks like a treasure map. Not every map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't follow that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance of town, and if we follow
Rolo
it,
carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads
He
right
jabbed
to
down at the end.
Town Square? That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. At the end of the path, the map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Did you say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival? Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
Granny was trying to get off grid with and self-sufficient with all that jam. Very sus. What was that? No, I heard it too. That was the front door, which means someone just shut the door, which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump,
Yoo-hoo!
thump,
I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump,
I'm just here to help. Just...
thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh? Yes, it's
Rollo
nothing.
shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't...
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coo!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, if I didn't know I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out
As Beck
cold.
flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tulliver.
Chapter 7.
Are we on time?
The interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
So, I think, given the time, I don't want to run down a path and be stuck. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer the choice for you all here right now, and we'll lead in with that choice next time. Or do the bare minimum after to get to a point where I can close the game out. But I'm going to throw that poll out to you all. They'd run the classic good cop, blank cop interrogation. That is your choice. Okay, how many votes we got? We got 5 votes. Give it another few seconds in case there's anyone else who wants to vote. We got 3 for chill, 2 for hard. Make it good cop, comrade cop. I don't have that option, unfortunately. And it looks like chill just won.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this, just gotta play it cool. I think it saved right before the decision, right? That would have been when the save was... when I set up the poll. Alright, so I think instead of going through all this right now, I think we continue next week. What do we think? And I'll reopen with the chill decision. I just don't want to rush into this area and then have it go over. Sounds good. Alright, then we'll wrap up a little early today. And next week we'll open in with the chill decision. So, thank you all so much for joining me today and for checking this out. I'm glad you all got to see the little kitty. Kitty has jumped off my lap again. Yeah, stopping in the middle of something would suck. So, better to stop at a juncture point. Also, yeah, that cat had me falling asleep that last hour, so sorry if I was a little off that last hour. But, man, those chill purr vibes, I'll tell you. Jaguar says I got through some paperwork while here, so more tolerable with friends around. I'm glad you were able to get that done. I love the fact that you all just do your own thing and you're able to get stuff done while streaming. Hello and welcome, Sam. You caught us right at the very end of the stream as I'm about to log off, but it is still great to see you. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Sunday as well, and like I said, next time we will continue with more Beacon Pines. Jalex fixed a sock. That's amazing. Congratulations. So with that said, do all the YouTube algorithm things, like, comment, subscribe, Patreon links in the description below, if and only if you're in a financial place to do so. And with that said, I'll give you all 5 minutes if you want to talk amongst yourselves, and my name is Anarchist Terra. Thank you so much for watching. Also, yes, as Jaguar said, get more water and notice the taste. Close stream.